All right, hey guys. So I've been asked a lot of questions about this journal, and I know we've at this point shown it briefly before and we've talked about it, but I haven't shown you how I actually do a page and what my process is, which I'm going to now. This is my color inspiration journal. And the last time I talked about it, I shared the pages that were in here that I'd found in some art and other magazines, and then this is the one that started it. I was inspired by this image, the color and composition of this image, to create sort of an color mood board, if you will, an inspiration dashboard of the original image that inspired it, and then the colors of paint that I was able to grab from the image. This stamp here at the bottom, which is a mixture of all of these colors, along with notations about where the image came from and the different paint brands and their colors that I used. Although this is done in acrylic, you could definitely use this as just a color inspiration landing point to find out or mix these colors in your watercolor palette, your gouache palette, whatever medium you're using. You could, go find your olive green pen and still be inspired by the same page. And it is funny, I get asked about this all the time. So this is literally the leftover paint from doing the swatches, and then I dip this piece of cardboard in it. This is actually my second piece because I wore out the first one. And this is all that's left of the first one. So it's just a piece of cardboard packaging that I then dip in the paint and get well coated with the paint and then stamp. So I can see what the colors look like mixed together besides just swatches this way. So we are going to work on a page. It started out with these magazine images. And then I realized in the last video where I talked about this that I had all these other inspiration notebooks I showed in another video. I'll try to figure out which video it is and link it in the description below in case you haven't seen it. Anyway, I talked in that video about maybe taking those notebooks apart because I really like this format better, and those notebooks were very old and past it. I did that except for the people one, because the people one that notebook I'll keep adding to. It's a good reference book, personal reference book for me when I am doing something with the human form or faces in it. I collect images out of magazines and I paste them in the people book, and that way I have a good reference for positions of head and facial features and body and hands and feet and all that sort of stuff. So the people one I kept. Everything else got taken apart. I took the images that I loved from those books and I put them in here, starting here. And I put them in groupings. I usually start out being inspired by one photo, and sometimes, like in the beginning, it's still going to just be one photo, but sometimes it's going to be a collection of photos that I think play well together, and together give me interesting inspiration for composition and shape and movement as well as color. So these are the new ones that I've been doing. And a lot of these images I've had a long time. If it says random magazine photos, it's because I've had it so long I don't remember where it came from. Some like this one I took, I don't remember exactly where I took, but I took. And so I love this one. I love this one. And a lot of them are very much departures for me in color because I'm used to traditionally doing something that's more like this. So this color palette, that would be a challenge for me, but that's why I like doing this, because I can flip to this with intention and okay, just be inspired by these pages to create an interesting work of art. These images with these movements and the shapes and the textures in the images, as well as the color palette inspired by these images. So that's what this is all about. So now we have this new page and I've got this new collection of images that I think I want to see if we can work together on one page. So the first thing we're going to do is grab some glue. because that's important. Okay, which I didn't grab. So these are a collection of images. So they're all from, I think, A House Beautiful magazine that I picked up at the library. And I found this one first. And there was just something about the colors in this picture and the textures in this pic. Did I say picture? Picture. Colors in this picture and the textures in this picture that I was very attracted to. Then I found this one, which goes, I don't know which way, but it's like a piece of a photo, like the corner of some architecture. And there was something about the colors and texture in that distressed stone or wood or whatever that is. And then I found this one, this just gigantic bright pop of yellow. So I think that I want to use all of these. So what I want to do first is find out the important parts of this one for me to add to our book. I do also like the size of this because if I am traveling, say for instance, or teaching, this is a good size to take with me. Those other ones were a little big. So, but the space is limited, so I want to find out which parts of the photo for me are important. I do think this dish, not necessarily the hands, but the dish is important. I usually don't think about it this much, to be really honest with you. Grab some bigger scissors. And I'm going to whack off a piece. I don't usually bother getting the paper trimmer out at all. And then I'm gonna trim this one. And then this is just really, yes, the shapes are interesting and the fact that they're all yellow. Mostly it's just about the color. That doesn't mean I want to lose the shapes. So I think when I trim this one, I want to keep some of the shapes by doing this. Because I think those shapes are inspiring. And I think I want to do something like that. Now, if the little bits are interesting enough, I will save them to do collage work with or paperclip art or something like that, a tag. So I do generally set them aside at least for a little bit. But this, I like this. So my only question is, do I want these other? I don't really think I need them. Do I? I really like this bit. Yep, like that. All right, so now we're gonna get to gluing. So you can use glue stick, you can use Elmer's glue, tacky glue, whatever you have. Nothing fancy. Just glue your images down. In the old journals, they were taped in with Scotch tape, so I mean, you could do that too. Scotch tape, washi tape. If you're gonna do washi tape or decorative tape, try to pick tapes from your collection that add to the color and inspiration of the images and the movement in the images, the texture in the images. Don't just add like hot pink washi tape to this. I don't think that will work very well. Okay. And then put this one. I love this yellow, which is so funny because I'm not normally that big a yellow or orange fan. But when you're painting, it is a must-have color. When you're painting, you must have yellow and or orange. It just gives a nice pop. Okay. I do wish I knew which House Beautiful magazine this is from, and I might actually still have it in the garbage can, so I might need to go take a look to notate the month. I do try to write it down. In fact, one of the pages, there's a a print of a piece of artwork from one of my teachers, Pauline Agnew. And it was part of a class that I took with her, and I took a piece of it and put it in here. I really am inspired by her work and the colors in that piece. Okay, so that's all well and good in there. I'm gonna take these and put them over there. Let's find out what issue of that magazine that was. Right, it was still in the garbage can. Holy cow. So it was House Beautiful, November 2017. So then just make a note. Right, and if it's a picture of a painting, let's see, this one. This was from Southwest Art Magazine, May 2019. The artist's name is Andrew Denman, and it's called Stacked Bluebirds, I believe. So always make note, give credit where credit is due. All right, so we've got that now. We need to do our paint. So I was inspired by these collection of images to pull some certain colors. So I pulled a white, a buff, a gray. I pulled a fuchsia, a red, a yellow. This one's called Coffee Latte. This one's called Light Cinnamon, and this is a dark Payne's Gray. So we're going to swatch all these on this adjacent page now. So what I do is pull my palette over and start lightest to darkest and put out just a small drop of paint, and then take the bottle and I'm going to put it in front of me with the color name facing me. If you're going to do this with watercolor paints, you probably wanted, this is a Moleskine Cahiers. I like this journal. I like the paper for this kind of thing. I like the weight of the paper is interesting for mixed media, but if you're going to do this kind of thing with it, you probably want to use, with watercolor, you probably want to use watercolor paper. It's a Coffee Latte color. And we'll go with the yellow. Which doesn't want to come out, there we go. And then the red. Remember what I said, lightest to darkest, right? And then the fuchsia. Is that fuchsia? Oh, sorry, magenta. Yeah, fuchsia. I thought these two reds very much would be inspired by the flower petals here in the image and the color of the beets and the beet stems in the background. I'm pretty sure that's what those are, they're beets. Which I'm not a big fan of in real life. I don't really like beets, but makes an interesting image. And then the Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue gray. More interesting than black. Okay, I'm getting a small flat brush and start with the white and paint some swatches. And I'm going to take my small pad of Muji newsprint paper here and wipe my brush off in between colors on the pad. Hopefully, as I'm putting the swatches on the paper, you can see by looking from the swatches to the images and see where I was inspired to pull that particular color. Look at that yellow. That is DecoArt Americana Cadmium Yellow, just FYI. Okay, now we are going to write our color brand and name down. Now in the front of the book, I made some notations about what my different abbreviations for the brands mean, what brand that actually is. Like when I write media, what is that? It's Dina Wakley Media Paint, okay? So you can make yourself a little key in the front if you use abbreviations like that. This doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to be, you know, typed or anything. Nobody's really gonna see this except you. This is for you. So just use your own handwriting. If it's messy, it's messy. If you spell something wrong, you spell something wrong. I think every time I write Payne's Gray, I spell it a different way. So yeah, just FYI. I know I misspell it, and my misspellings are not consistent. Spelling is not my strong suit. It's G-R-E-Y. I keep spelling it G-R-A-Y. All right, then I'm not quite done yet. Where's our piece of cardboard? So I take my piece of cardboard and whatever paint is left over on the palette, and I find a spot. Sometimes it's this side, usually it's over here somewhere. Usually at the bottom, sometimes at the top. Push, 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 push. There we go. So then I can take this and put this over here, and then leftover paint. And now I have so many of these little pieces of paper. It's crazy. I'll have to send some to the design team or something. Maybe bundle some with some other stuff in Etsy. See if you guys want like a $5 hand-painted embellishment pack or something. But you see the interesting like paper that you can make. I do a fair bit of pushing on the piece of cardboard, which is why they don't last forever, but I do have a bin full of these from moving last year and buying furniture, so. Okay, and then on the last one, what I do, because I really don't want to waste paint, is I do this and then rub. And you get that. So then you just clean off what's left here with a baby wipe, which I'm always sad to do because I always get something that's interesting. So when you are going through your magazines and your materials looking for collage items, if you see a picture you find interesting, and maybe it's something that you know, I'll never use that in a collage, but wow, that's an interesting image. I love the colors of that. That's one that you should pull and cut out and save and put in a color inspiration journal. So that's all done, and we're left with a few pieces of hand-painted collage papers, and a new page in our collage inspiration journal. So I hope it gives you some ideas of what you can do to build your own personalized reference library, which is really what this is all about. Something that will aid you in your creative endeavors and give you inspiration, especially when you get stuck and maybe you have all these reds and yellows and maybe some of the browns, but you're like stuck as to what else you can put with it. Maybe you didn't think of the gray and the buff and the Payne's Gray, or maybe you had everything but the yellow, and then you're like, wow, yellow, that's what I need yellow. So this is just, you know, to give you some kind of an idea or inspiration for your artwork. I hope it helps. I know it helps me. I've already been using it, and it's not even finished yet. So that's it for today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you will. If you want to follow me on social media and see what pages I come up with every day as I add to this journal, or whenever, now, it won't be every day now because now I'm out of images, but when I add more images, if you'd like to see what I'm up to or see whatever other creative endeavors I come up to every day, you can follow me on social media and find all those links and the links on where you can support me and the free content here on YouTube and over in the art groups and Facebook by clicking on the Linktree list of links in the description below. My Happy Mail address is down there, the Linktree list of links is down there, and a bunch of other stuff, so check it out. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and above all, go out and have a great day. Do something nice for yourself because you deserve it, and I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
Kia ora koutou, nau mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harman, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama umoana, ki hararara ma tātou e te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou e ai tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harman and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a foreword by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harman and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Haman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder, Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko Waikato te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko Tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I left to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a foreword. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that has been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the the context setting for today's session, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odour, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticised and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. it does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, Te Parahita o Te Putaia, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Māori o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatua nuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food, and so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Beca until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the Planetary Boundaries Framework. And, you know, it was that, somebody's actually, you know, put the numbers around this. You know, my background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, you know, and then, you know, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009, and it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, you know, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, you know, and Owen talking about, you know, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, you know, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, you know, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, you know, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, you know, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, you know, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called Planetary Accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. And behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Matthew, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from the waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this is on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply. And without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the Earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally, so I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Rochelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some code training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so we'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about their technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going, we know we need to reform. So there there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so, because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others
Yes,
are on the calls.
absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. Speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah,
Okay.
another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination, and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into a Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment. Therefore, you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And and we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that affecting, exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products and you know how you can actually improve the design of these. So you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Germán and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Germán and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Germán, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign on all the people.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Teacher Academy webinar organized by School Education Gateway. My name is Marta, and I will be your host for today. So, moving forward, the focus for today is how school teachers can support students in catching up. The webinar begins with examining the catch-up framework facing schools in helping students to progress, stay resilient, and more motivated to take control of their own learning. Additionally, we will explore different approaches that teachers can adopt to support their teaching and their students by looking at examples from various European schools. But without further ado, I would like now to give the floor to our guest speakers for today, Richard Powers, Professor Emeritus of Communication at the University of Maryland Global Campus. But Richard, sorry, I forgot one important thing before I give you the floor. The webinar is recorded and the recording might be used for dissemination purposes. And please, participants, if you have questions or comments, please post them in the chat and we will address them towards the end of the webinar. Thank you very much. Richard, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marta, for that very warm welcome. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share some slides, but they're kind of big, so it's going to take a minute. So what's always fun to do is, I hope everybody is slowly coming and you're rushing in or rushing in. It's a good time to just sit down, relax, take 3 breaths. If you're at home or someplace nice, you can take your shoes off and relax. I think a lot of us are teachers, and now we're going to have a very nice hour together just to be able to talk together about what's happened in the last couple of years. One fun thing to do while my slides are loading is if you could put where you're from, and since we're such an international group, it's always fun. What did you have for lunch? Put what you had for lunch in the chat, and we can see where you're from and what you had for lunch. The results are coming. And I will probably, for people who didn't have lunch, now will get you very hungry.
Richard, meanwhile, I don't see your slides are loading.
Yeah, second to load.
Well, just let me know if you have any kind of issues and I can upload them for you. And you can just take control.
No, they're coming. It's really...
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Marta, can you stop sharing in the meantime?
Oh, wow. Look at this bread with avocado, delicious yogurt and fruit. Okay, now everybody's made everybody else hungry for dinner. And plus everybody's given everybody great ideas too. They're still loading. It says the slides will appear when they're ready.
Now we can see slides perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Funny, I can't see mine. As always, a little technical thing. It says we're having
no worries. You cannot see the slides on the screen.
Right. You can wait a little longer or try reloading. So
yeah, maybe you can try reloading
and let me share again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It's a nice chance to relax and get yourself situated. It's loading. That's nice. That's a good sign.
We can see them.
Yeah, I can see too.
Great.
And maybe everybody had a chance to get a drink of water or to kind of relax, kick those scissors, because now we have some time to talk amongst ourselves. Today's topic is how school teachers can support students in catching up. And as Marta said, I'm a professor of emeritus of University of Maryland Global Campus, and right now I'm a learning designer working with teachers in training, student teachers at the Professional School of Education, Stuttgart, Ludwigsburg. kind of a blast from your past. This is kind of a full circle moment for me in a little bit, because back in March of 2020, maybe some of you were there, I gave 4 webinars just when COVID had started breaking out, had come, and there wasn't a vaccine, schools were closing, people were dying early. It was a terrible, terrible time. And that seminar is titled Keep Teaching, Planning and Delivering Remote Instruction to Your Students During This Hard Time. And the funny part about that is when I was looking through those slides, this was the highlight from March of 2020. We all felt in those days that Maslow's hierarchy of needs was more important right then than Bloom's taxonomy. And that was a simple way of saying, normally as teachers, we're interested in outcomes, academics, performance, test scores, all of those things. And at the time, taking care of our students' social needs, their emotional needs, whether or not they had access to going to school, all of that was much more important. So it's interesting to think 2 years ago where we were and where we are now, and all of you, we are all on that journey together. So if you're out there listening now, give yourself a big hand. Congratulations. What you've done, if you start seeing the last 2 years in your mind, the hurdles you've overcome, how you've been able to keep students learning and going, it's just kind of remarkable testament to your resiliency. Today, we're going to talk about these things just to kind of show that it's not over, right? All that resiliency and the hard work that people have done for 2 years, the new approaches, the new educational technology systems that have come in, trying to keep students learning during that time. We still have challenges and obstacles to overcome. Today, we'll talk about survey findings. We'll talk about present classroom challenges that you might be undergoing. And we'll also talk about different approaches. You know, traditional teaching has a lot to do with the teacher and the focus on the teacher, textbooks, tests, standardized tests. These new types of approaches, UDL, PBL, and SEL. Sounds so funny, right? Lots of acronyms there. Universal design for learning, project-based learning, social emotional learning. A lot of theories you probably heard about and approaches that maybe we're starting to see a lot of more successes and open-minded for using them as we're going through. First of all, some context, right? The UN, right, back in 2020, referred to what was happening in our schools as a global generational catastrophe. And they're pretty much right. Remember those days, it was 1.4 billion students were suddenly out of school. And to show how that's not really ended, it's the second point where it says UNICEF in their March 2022 report still notes that 23 countries haven't opened schools. Now, many of these are not in Europe. Many of these are in Africa and the Far East, the Middle East, schools and countries that still have the virus predictions and things moving forward. But it just shows you that the pandemic is still there. The pandemic's not over. Many of us right out there are still coping and maintaining with the virus. There's this huge wave, perhaps in your country too, the way it is in Germany. Lots of people who hadn't had COVID are now getting it. It's 2 or 3 days, doesn't seem to be as heavy, but they're experiencing feelings of fatigue, disruptions, staying out of school. So all of those things too. And then the aspects about mental health that are affecting people too, the traumas and the things that have gone through the past 2 years and things going on. So Human Rights Watch 2022 in their most recent report, their main finding was that pupils lack equal and inclusive access to online and remote education. At least that was the other issue that's coming up out of this pandemic. What would be nice now is if we had a little bit of interaction in the chat. I'm going to read through these things, and it would be interesting if you thought about your country, your culture, where you are right now, which of these major points that I'm going to talk about affects you right now the most. Okay? Disruptions, absenteeism from students, quarantines, canceled classes, teacher and staff shortages, teacher and staff competences that need to be developed in new areas, loss in teaching and learning time, anticipation of another pandemic wave in the fall, right? Colds and flu season is traditionally, and now people think this is coming up. And then also navigating that world with masks in schools, right? So maybe some reactions in the chat. Which is the most difficult of these to do? Oh, okay. People are having issues with the screen. Okay, now I'm on context here. Now I switch to the next one, and people should say survey findings. Can everybody see survey findings?
Yeah, now we can see survey findings.
Ah, excellent. Okay, so some of these texts were coming in, and let's see what some of the surveys have recently shown with these ideas too. Okay, one survey, the UK, yeah, accepting marks in schools, right? Christina comes up and says that's, you know, grades, because if the grades are going down, how does a student who is traditionally an A or a B student or a 1 or a 2 suddenly deal with having a 3-2, right? Teacher and staff shortages, right? We're getting from the Netherlands that's an important issue that's happening right now, right? How do you catch up, right? If we're simultaneously going through staff shortages out there too. Okay, when we talk about schools, it's always hard because you have learners at different levels and ages, right? For example, the first one deals with 6-year-olds. And what this survey found was that about 68%, 2/3 of the students they found were about a year behind, or where they should be, or where test scores had been a little earlier. And when you're trying to look at, you know, students in that earlier grade, nursery school, kindergarten, grade 1, how they're doing and where they are with reading and math skills that then they're going to need for primary and secondary skills, so important in there. And that leads us to the second one, primary and secondary schools, learning gaps depending on the country, depending on the area, mathematics, phonics, reading, writing, stamina, and handwriting, so much as digital, languages, speaking and listening part, not so much the reading and writing, and then physical education and sports, right? And that was from an EU 2021 study. Christine is also mentioning that professors are just worried about carrying out what the students missed. Such a great point. I mean, the hardest part of all of that is trying to determine what did the student miss, and then how do you make arrangements for putting that back into the curriculum and seeing how that's going to work. And what's really interesting, Christina also adds a great number of students who dropped out or became anorexic. And that's when I talk about that falling through the gaps or falling through the cracks, you know, even learning one student who might be at an upper level, right? Say the 14-year, 15-year-olds, they're close to their degrees in a couple of years and they decide schools become too hectic and they drop out. Or as we alluded to before, the mental wellness and health issues that come. So students, an increase of psychological issues in case of learning disability issues all coming up. So all impacting that as well too. The hard part, of course, all of this is we know as teachers, how do you assess a student? You know, we all have those standardized tests, and it seems like for the most part, we end up using them because there's nothing better yet. But other ways to try to do that is through observation or seeing the other areas of kind of, they hit them with these national testing assessments in the areas too. But now I thought we could try a Slido. So if you can see in the chat, and if you can go to this link, slido.com. And then when you get to that, right? Yeah, absolutely. And then you can just impact teacher as the hashtag, as the code to come in there. And then it would be great if you could see the answers and then start responding to it. How do you feel today about the students catching up because of the disruptions due to the pandemic? You know, are you motivated? Students can do this. Or are you neutral? Not sure students can do this. Or discouraged? You know, it's impossible for students to catch up. And we're seeing some interesting stats. 78% are saying motivated students can do that. That's wonderful, wonderful. Neutral looks like it's about 25. Oh, the numbers are changing a little bit too. Nice. So take a minute. We have about 30 more seconds for it. If you can find the link, slido.com, and then enter teacher is the code. And it looks like we've got some good numbers here. 63% out there are motivated. Wonderful. Neutral, about 26%, and 11% say, you know, discouraged. It's impossible for students to catch up. Interesting. Okay, we have one more. If you can put in the code again and see this next question is where are your students today? Are they at the levels they should be? Are they 0 to half a school year behind? Are they 1 year or more behind? or are they ahead of where they should be? Yeah, I don't think, we'll see if anybody says that they're ahead. Very interesting. At the levels they should be, 0 to half a school year behind, 1 year or more behind, right? So about 30 more seconds. I mean, really interesting numbers. At the levels they should be, it's still encouraging, right? 0 to half a school year behind and 1 year or more behind. Wow, those are some intense numbers. It looks like they're stabilizing a little bit. The numbers, okay, so about 5 more seconds. At the levels they should be, about 25%. That's not bad. Wow, that's a lot of good work out there. It would be interesting also to know what level, right? Is that high school or is it primary, secondary, or where that's going in? But 25%, right? Not bad. But then these are the sobering statistics here. 0 to half a school year behind, 52%, and then 1 year or more behind, 22%. So that comes up to something like about 71% are half a school year behind or 1 year or more behind. So then how do we kind of catch up for that too? So thanks for participating in that survey. Certainly interesting. And we have our work cut out for us, partly to deal with what does the whole concept of catching up mean? It's such a strange expression. How do you know when someone has caught up to something? So based on those surveys, here are some of these classroom challenges and pressures. How do we maintain pupils' resiliency to keep learning and to catch up, right? Our students have been doing this for about 2 years. Maybe you've got great tricks and techniques that keep them motivated and encouraged when they come in. I know one of my favorite ones, I come into the classroom and you'll see, I do a lot of substitute teaching. So too, as teachers in training, I keep my hand in that by coming in and taking it. And if I come into the classroom and they're just kind of saying, who wants to learn today? And they all look at me like I'm a little bit crazy. Who wants to learn? Who's this kind of crazy guy? Who wants to learn today, to get them excited about that, what's going on? And then usually by the second or the third day, if I'm there for 3 days in a row, they go, oh, what are we going to learn today? There's a way of saying, okay, the classroom is a learning kind of place, right? It's moving in. So I'm sure people have their own ways that they do that, engage students. So maybe this is a great time in the chat. If you can contribute, do you have a special saying or a thought that you greet students with, particularly when you see that they seem to be tired or they've had a, maybe like this week, a long weekend, something's going, what's a nice expression you can say to a classroom of students to really kind of get them focused and then move on, right? Pasta for lunch. I thought that was what you said. That always works, right? For people, if you can say that too, but that's answering the first question. Great. Okay, so what else? These classroom challenges, mental health issues across a broad range of neurodivergent learners. And Christina mentioned this in the chat before, seeing an increased number of students early ages too with adult level problems, right? The pandemic's not over, coping and maintaining with that. And then also in the classroom, behavior issues, engagement and motivation issues. So all these aspects will help doing that. And this next comment is for the 11% that said, you know what, it's impossible. And it's nice in these webinars, since we're all teachers and we want to keep it real, that expression, keep it real and kind of really talk about what's going on, is this dose of reality. What can we do to really catch up? And then this other question, what does we will catch up later mean? Each one of us is a different place, whether you're teaching 6th graders or 4th graders or kindergarten or vocational school students. Catching up is going to have a different relationship to you depending on what material in the curriculum you're trying to catch up with, and then maybe also what material in the curriculum in the past you left out. A classic example is the textbook has 12 chapters. You decided you couldn't do chapter 8 and chapter 6. So whatever was in those chapters, it didn't work. Or you do geography, but there wasn't time to do geography of South America. Now, how do you catch up and then do this geography of South America or the chapters that are missing? And for other, skills-based programs such as math, shortcuts to learning are hard because they're foundational. You can't move on to algebra before you have a nice basis in integers and in variables, that type of language that build blocks. And if you miss that one, as you know, then you're going to kind of miss that and keep that whole thing together. So here's this dose of reality slide is the next one. It's a mountain. And really, to be honest, I side with the 11% that said it's impossible, it's risky and pointless to try. I mean, that's with my head. Because I just sit back and think, okay, how do I catch up? People have said a year behind, 6 months behind. The first reaction is, okay, students should repeat the year. They should go back. It's to their benefit. It's really good when they go back and then they learn. But then you have all those social issues. The parents might not want them repeating. They have their own agendas, the things that are going on. So while it is impossible, I mean, we're teachers. We can't just say, forget it and throw in the towel, right? So I found this, personified kind of quote. It's impossible, said pride, right? It's risky, said experience. And then it's pointless, said the head, the reason, right? But then what else happens here? Give it a try, whispered the heart. And teachers' hearts, they're resilient, and they're resilient in the face of all these challenges. That's why we've been able to keep students learning over the past 2 years. It was impossible situations, but we kept going and moving through it. So now at this stage, where we're doing more than just trying to keep students learning, if we're in this catching up phase to move forward, the focus has to be on teaching pupils how to learn and learning strategies, what their learning preferences were. Maybe some of you are like me when we went to school, they talked about learning styles. What's your learning style? Are you audio, visual, haptic, right? And a lot of that type of language has gone out of the way because people change, brains change, right? What we've learned about the brain and how it learns is that somebody could start maybe years ago as an audio learner, and now they're more visual. Or probably what happens is there's a combination of things that are going on. So more than talking about somebody's learning style, these days it's about the learning preferences. And maybe a good conversation to have with your students, your pupils, no matter the age. What do you need to learn? What are your conditions? Do you like music? Do you have to have an organized desk? What are the best ways that you like to learn? Do you like video tutorials? Do you like reading a book? Do you like group work? Engage students with what are the best ways to learn, so that what happens to the students, they begin to think of themselves as learners, not so much as a student or a pupil, but I'm a learner, a lifelong learner. And when I want to learn something, this is what I need to do and how I move forward with it. So rather than all that standardized drills and standardized tests and memorization, all of those types of things, maybe teachers, we can be showing students how to learn, and they're able to tell you, how do you learn? What do you need to learn? What are your options? Instead of just this one way that fits all. Okay, there are some great sources out there too for this Foundations Learning Network that UNICEF has provided. It's fln.com. There is the hub, and UNICEF partnered with these organizations, and they support resources with ministries, with districts, and then here down at the bottom, that's our group with institutions in there too. So certainly great resources in there. What I really liked that I thought was good to talk about today to us is to discuss the categories in the FLN Hub organization. Notice that they've taken early child education, and probably the way it should, and moved it in its own category away from the school system, right? Then the next category is this formative assessments. How do you go about measuring learning, right? It's the age-old question, how do you measure effective accomplishment of a learning objective in here? So there's a whole range of different assessments for doing that. Then teaching at the right level. All the literature right now with trying to catch up. Catching up is one thing, but how do you know it's at the right level, particularly with books that students might be reading? If they're reading them online, is somebody monitoring to make sure that the book is at the right level and moving forward with that one? Another category is the language of instruction, right? I mean, maybe we should dedicate today's session also to our colleagues in the Ukraine. I mean, war-torn Ukraine right now, it's got everybody by the heartstrings. Most of our countries are seeing an influx of wonderful Ukrainian children, and also Ukrainian teachers hopefully are being hired at the schools to do this. But whatever the language is, every culture and country has a home-based language, but then has students with other languages coming into the school. And Years and years ago, it was always the target language and no other language being taught. What the pandemic has taught us is that language of instruction is very important, and languages should be kept going and moving forward with that too. This next category is parental engagement, and none of this catching up. Remember I said it's impossible? None of that catching up is going to happen without the parents' engagement. So we hear so many of these webinars speak a lot about student engagement. How do we motivate them? But now how do we do with parents? And some of you might experience up to 25% of the parents aren't supporting children at home or are busy and don't have time to look at the homework or monitor what's happening in there. So helping parents become more engaged with the learning process is certainly something that's important there too. And then also, oh yeah, thank you for putting the link in there, flnhub.org, right? And then this last category of digital learning. So that was a long way of saying why I like this organization. You might be in a task force at your school. And if you're on a task force at your school working with these areas, those are nice categories to divide up and then have subcommittees working in those particular fields. Trying to catch up is such a nice expression. We have to catch up, but then when it has to be particularized and put into project management types of categories, these might help. And maybe think about your school and what's happening now at your school. Are there task forces that are involved with these things, or is it kind of hodgepodge and moving through it? I know we have Marissa makes a very nice comment. I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Wow, so much better than that test, right? Because that test, multiple choice where they're filling in with a pencil, one type of learner is going to do well on that test, right, Marissa? Better if the outcome is made by a group. It's wonderful, right? Activating and assessing collaborative skills as well, right? Really lifelong skills that you need everywhere on the job market or as people and are moving forward. So it's a wonderful, wonderful comment. In fact, some of this came out. These are these general policy recommendations out of European studies. Monetary resources and expensive tutoring additional hours are there. And most of us, if you're working at a country in Europe, you're relatively well off. Money has been relatively easy to see coming, but what to do exactly with these vast amounts of money and how the students get them, how the schools get them, and then what is done with this money. So in other countries where money is not, tremendously wealthy at all, it's a real issue. Where are the funds coming for? How's the money coming in? Most of the recommendations of post-COVID, just about in every country in Europe, says additional money has to be earmarked and moved forward, and then a lot of the governments are able to support that part. And then what that money is usually spent for, tutors, additional hours from teachers, maybe student teachers are then hired to come in, substitute teachers, spending money for tutors, so that money is trying to make up for extra work coming in there. Maybe not the best use of the money. We'll have to talk about what people think. What's happening at your school, and particularly with how is the money trickling down, and if the infrastructure, for example, and the Wi-Fi is working pretty well. Okay, another recommendation came with flexibility and expectations for curriculum goals, right? Changing goals and curriculum. There's a request for improving homeschooling options, but you might be in a country where homeschooling is forbidden. It's not part of the landscape, but making homeschooling an option if you have a parent who feels like, wow, my student's getting a better education at home with me than perhaps going to school right now. We talked about the reading books and making adjustments for pupils not able to use home learning or online learning, right? There's a certain percentage of students in your country, in your school, that can't use online resources. And then navigating this whole repeat years for pupils. I mean, have the repeat years increased at your particular school of students that are held back a year? And is there any kind of social stigma with that related to it too? And then figuring out how to assess students' learning, and everybody's looking for, okay, 2023, the new PISA results will come up. Okay, so today's impulses, right? Saying that you can't catch up by more traditional teaching methods. Just like Marissa said, textbooks and exercises are not going to cut it to try to just pound more hours into a student's life. Teachers, we can't do it for pupils. We can't open up heads and put in the knowledge in there. So the trick or the strategy is to motivate and engage pupils to do it themselves. Key point here is maybe see yourself in the role you already do, right? But when somebody asks me, hey, Rich asks me, what do you teach? I said, well, I teach English, I teach instructional design. And I've learned to change that around so that I'm saying that, well, I teach learners English. I teach learners how to learn English, or you teach learners how to learn math, teach learners how to learn writing. You teach learners how to read science, how to, teach how to learn science. This whole concept of not teaching a subject as much as you're showing somebody how to learn it so they can learn it on their own. And then this is the million-dollar question too. How do we get pupils to be as enthusiastic about school and catching up as they are about music, right? Pupils love music. They're connected to it. They really engage with it. I still think it's possible to do that with school. An engaged teacher and a learning environment in the school all come together to get them just excited as that way. And then I'm going to throw these acronyms at us today again to do a lot of what Marissa was saying. Bring in new pupil-centered approaches instead of the teacher. UDL, PBL, SEL, probably can remember what they are, right? UDL, PBL, SEL, and then online ed tech for that too. This last little phrase, it's part of a UDL background too. UDL, Universal Design for Learning, does a study where lots of schools have paid lots of extra money for tutors and spent a lot of money. And what they were finding was that it didn't really motivate the student to stay after school or to do extra work. But they were finding that students that they were behind, having someone look them in the eye and telling them, you can do this, I believe in you, especially at that moments when this pupil or the student is tired, comes to you, I can't do this, trying to change that I can't to a I will try, right? That's a key learning movement when they begin to believe in themselves. And that's, my recipe today for success of trying to catch up. It's not so much the extra work, the extra Bloom's taxonomy, it's just the feeling that the student wants to catch up, and how do you engage that, and how that has to come from the student. UDL, a few words about it. There are major, it comes out of cast.org, right? You can find that website very easily. A lot of you know this framework. You use it already with your classes. It's really an approach more than it is laws or rules. There are 3 principles: engagement, representation, and action and expressions. And it comes from the 1980s out of architecture and universal design. And now they apply it to universal design for learning. At the same time, all this new work was being done with the brain and how it learns. So it simplifies it, UDL, a little bit. The brain is much more complex than this, but it throws the networks into our brains and says, okay, you've got the affective networks, certain parts of your brain that deal with the why of learning, the curiosity. So if you can get students to be interested in something, that stimulates that part of the brain, and then they're engaged. The what of learning is the representation. It's usually the content, how the material comes to a student. Traditionally, it was a textbook or a book. Today, it could be a video tutorial, it could be a movie, it could be an observation of a case study, it could be a debate. Lots of different ways to suddenly move this around and get the representation in there. Also, representation is important for images. So if everybody in the picture book is white male, for example, that's not really helping with the diversity and representation of what's out there. If the text that you supply for students are only in one language, for example, like say a poem, and you're studying how to read a poem, why not let students bring in a poem from whatever background or language they speak, if it's just about poetry analysis and then showing that part. Okay, so the what of learning is that. The how of learning, the action and expression, the strategic networks have more to do with executive functions, how we plan, time management, goals, do all of those things. In short, engagement is about the curiosity. The what is how the content comes to a learner. And the how, the action expression, is what you do with that. For the classroom, the action and expression is usually that final project, an essay, a test in the old days, but it could also be, as Marissa was saying, projects. It could be a song, it could be a dance, it could be a sculpture, it could be lots of different creative ways of putting those things together. In fact, UDL, if you wanted to put UDL into, pretty much like a one sentence, it's a major kind of long book, it's really multiple options for learner variability. So we talked about learner preferences, all kinds of different things out there. Now presenting something that works for everybody in one kind of design, but that's super hard to do. UDL has a complete matrix associated with it. And what's interesting about it, it works horizontally and the way that it does vertically too. I'm not going to read through all of these, but if you see at the bottom, the whole goal of UDL It's not to make a great lesson. The goal of UDL over the years is to develop what UDL calls expert learners. Expert learners. And they say to become an expert at anything, you need about 10 years. And you know, when they say expert, what like really mean expert like Olympic level of, you know, sports, or then to become a learner. They say usually by the 10th year of studying and going to school, students should know what their learner preferences are and then how to set goals to be able to do well on a test, or to be able to set themselves up for how they're moving forward and then hitting it. So expert learners, you see at the bottom, purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, and then strategic and goal oriented. And that's how they're working through that with the guideline. There's some more tips, right? Engagement, representation, action, and expression. Why I think they're important for us, trying to catch up is important, is the action and expression is important so that students can set goals, that they have a part in their learning. Like the teacher, we might know, okay, you need to catch up on this area. Now tell the student and allow them to help set their own goals of how they plan on getting to that point. If they want to go to this next level, how do you do that so that they can kind of see what's happening for that? The engagement part is to become curious about the subject, not, okay, we were talking about like the geography of South America, for example. How do you stimulate interest in that so that they want to learn about it? You say, hey, we did all of the geography of the world last year, but we haven't done South America. You know, and kind of build it. Who's interested? Who knows something already about South America or so and something? So that the interest is there and the curiosity moves forward. And then appealing to them, would you like to watch a video about it, a film? Here's a textbook. So there's some kind of choices about the resources that they use to learn about it. Okay, and then the R is for access. Right, that's kind of the equity part of putting it all together. But you know these things, you probably read them faster than I could speak. Scaffolding is in there. Text to speech tools, right? Translators. So if German, for example, in our country, if German isn't the first language, is there a translation that's available to help the learner work through the aspects of what they're trying to learn, especially for math, where maybe language isn't that important for that part. Okay, what is UDL? What isn't UDL, right? UDL is not accessibility. Sometimes people think, okay, it has to do with accommodations or people who have problems or areas or something, and it really doesn't. And this is a neat way to see it. If you talk about universal design for learning, it really comes out of universal design. Does everybody know sliding doors? You know, you go somewhere, they just automatically open, right? Sliding doors, and then ramps. Once those started to be in use, they became interesting for everybody, not just people maybe in roll chairs or people in wheelchairs or couldn't turn the handles because they weren't strong enough. A universal design like a sliding door that helps everybody. If I'm carrying books or people are carrying children, it just opens. So it has this notion of universal design, access for all. It doesn't matter the condition or the situation of mobility. And there's a little bit of difference between accommodation and universal design. And this is also important for learning. An accommodation is an extra thing that's put there to help people who can't. For example, can't use stairs. Now there's a ramp. Whereas universal design from the beginning, when you first start building it, you think, okay, who are all the possible users? Let me take all the barriers and I only need one thing that's coming in there. So with universal design for learning, that's what that's about. What are all the barriers that could be out there for students? Learning preferences, maybe writing and reading issues, and how do I design a task or a project that is applicable for all instead of having separate and different types of assignments. Okay, some UDL thoughts are also kind of interesting. It's not about changing students. There's nothing wrong with students. It's about changing the school. And you know, when I first read that kind of made a lot of sense to me too, that I'd always heard, well, it's a bad student or a lazy student or something, and nothing could have been further from the truth. If the student had been engaged, they would have just been just as successful as the others who were able to take tests really well. And we talked about this other one. A teacher doesn't teach math, English, or science. A teacher shows learners how to learn these subjects and anything else in life learners want to learn. So somebody finishes school, they can be a wonderful learner. They learned a lot in school. They don't go on to university perhaps or college, but now let's say they've moved somewhere and they started a family and now they have a baby. They want to learn how to take care of it. They know how to do that. I can teach myself how to do the things that I need to do. And then that's what an expert learner would be. An expert learner is not somebody who has a PhD or has gone through college. An expert learner is somebody who knows how to learn something when that need is there, and a great skill that teachers can give. All right, switching gears a little bit, kind of moving up towards our time. Project-based learning is another approach alongside with UDL. That's a lot what Marissa was talking about too, using projects in the class, but not assigning them. So the first part of this, of course, is align them to the curriculum and what your learning objectives are. Active learning. The difference maybe between doing a project and project-based learning is that some kind of real-world long-term problem, right? So those of you who know eTwinning really well, Erasmus Plus, popular topics like climate control, population, smart cities, those topics that are hard for adults to answer and prove, let children in school work at them, right? That might become more stimulated by thinking of a real world problem in their community than something that's just in the textbook coming in. So what happens? Pupils formulate questions. It's up to them to decide what questions when they work collaboratively across the disciplines in different subjects. It's all about the process. So if they don't produce some kind of brilliant result in the end, that's what did you learn going through it? So lots of reflection. What did you learn? So when you go out in the real world and troubleshoot and problem solve, all of these things make a lot more sense, that you can't do it alone. You need research and collaborative work coming in. And then when you finish the project, whatever it might be, is that it's supported by a real world audience. You know, for example, if the students are working on a video about a current event, right, in their hometown or their village, and now they've, you know, an election was recently done or something that's a sports day and they put together a short video for, then they would be allowed to send it to the TV station or a journalist. You know, maybe the journalist, thank you, I really can't use it, but they see that school isn't this kind of bubble, that things that they produce in the school then can be used and then maybe make the world a better place in that aspect. And maybe some of you in Germany right now, lots of money is going into maker spaces and fab labs. So students are creating things, 3D printers, virtual reality, those types of things are happening in the school. So if you're fortunate enough to have those kinds of grants and programs coming in, those are all great activities to kind of advance PBL and moving forward. PBL is not, just the way we looked at UDL was not accessibility. PBL is not doing projects, and you can read through this list faster than I can go through it, certainly, right? Projects on one side, the teacher gives you this, you go do it, right? The project-based learning, okay, what are you going to pick for your project? You know, collaboratively, working it together, student-centered, and have those things coming in. So lots of great resources out there to PBL, and find that about too. Okay, this third one I wanted to talk about today, we had UDL, Universal Design for Learning, PBL, and now social emotional learning. Maybe the image speaks best for it. See the heart with the brain? You know, for years, academic intelligence, that's what you have in school, and oh, not emotion. But now starting to learn that the brain works well with social and emotional intelligence. So being able to understand emotions, I mean, control them is kind of hard, but as students, especially in those early years, nursery school and kindergarten, learn to control perhaps anger or tears or frustration as they move in, being emotionally intelligent and aware of how that works in us, especially with the studies done with neuroeducation, showing that an intimidated brain, a brain that's trying to learn out of fear, or a brain that's trying to learn out of in a traumatic experience, something's going on at home or something, all those things have to kind of go by the wayside, or space has to be given, kind of a check-in. You probably noticed they did that initially. Hi, everybody, take 3 breaths, relax, kick off your shoes, kind of like a check-in, so that the Unterricht, the lesson, doesn't really start right when the bell goes off, but there's a 5 or 10 minute phase, and it's an important time. You might think, oh, I can't take away the time from the learning, where you're checking in and people are saying, how do you feel today? What's going on? And then clearing the air so that there's a central learning space, and then the learning can begin. Okay, so learner and culture variability, emotional states then become important areas to talk about. These types of techniques, positive reinforcement, good work, helping pupils find the language to how are you feeling about, how did that make you feel, formative feedback, cyberbullying and bullying and all of these different things that are going out. So there's a lot of love with social emotional learning, a lot of being kind. So some schools might have like a Be Kind Day or a diversity week that talks about feelings and people's coming from too. And it's got all about empathy, kindness, and the respect for humanity. So one of the premier organizations for this is the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Sustained Educational Development, MICHIP, and they've got a wonderful framing space, learning area for these with courses that are free to the public that you can take. And it's really different from teaching SEL skills, right? If you move forward, most of us do this as teachers anyway. We're teaching students these skills, but SEL learning is really having that kind of environment around that's a safe space for the realization that the emotions are just as important as the brain when one is trying to learn, and then trying to get into that place where the brain is not actively focused on an area. And many of you probably do this with your students too. They say, hey, my homework's gonna be late because I've had something going on in my life. Being flexible enough to say, yes, okay, take the time. The course will always be there. When you're ready, come back to it. And maybe not always a luxury in your cases of when students have to turn in work or you're trying to be fair, right? It's also kind of an issue in there too. But these social emotional skills, just being very different from the way the school could work with them too. Okay, coping with anger, right? All of these effective skills, and they're available on the slide, coming in. All right, that takes us to kind of this last one. Dr. Nash writes, what about the future? Okay, Rich, that's great. You just told me about UDL, PBL, SEL. I kind of know about those things. I try to do that in my class, but how do I keep it going? It's webinars, professional development, those things, making them an issue at the schools, doing presentations. But Dr. Nash in her ICL report, ICL, the impact of COVID on key learning and education. She says to prepare for any future periods of disruption. She says, okay, we have to do better next time. It's vital that funding be there for remote schooling. So there is, above all that UDL, PBL, SEL stuff, there has to be contingency plans for if something horrid happens, how do we keep students learning without missing a beat, without trying to go back and so far, especially with the background in here. So these resources need to be shared with families. See how important that is? A lot of it came out of the pandemic with the families who are able to support students emotionally, and also with things like computers and Wi-Fi. They did a lot better than those students that didn't have that. So structured manner to enable caregivers with limited time to make confident choices for home living and home learning. And many of you became the caregiver for your students if they didn't have that nice network at home. One interesting thing, you might have seen these already, these wonderful pictograms, and I love these for Ukrainian pupils. They're in all 28 languages in the Erasmus Plus eTwinning site and at the EU. And what they are, they use UDL, PBL, and SEL all at once to inspire students from Ukraine who are now in the classroom, and then also the students that are with them in the classroom to learn each other's language and the customs. This example is from the Spanish version, and there's the website that you can get for all of your countries in there too. But see the simple pictogram that has that image in there for learners who like the image. And then it's also got the emotional words and language that can be used. So it's a place where bridges can start through that. And I kind of think if it just had an audio component, speech to text, then it would be a universal design with all the barriers for how that's kind of working. So exciting stuff is coming out of that. All I talked about today, UDL, PBL, SEL, I keep saying it, it's almost like a t-shirt or a coffee mug, right? It is in relation to what we're learning also, or what we have learned in the last 2 years about these online learning pedagogies. So all of that was like, these were just approaches to what we can do to try to engage students and make it more student-centered. Things that you see here are more about how education is transforming, and each one of us has a different relationship with technology and how that's worked. But all of these are ways to catch up too. Flip your classroom, right? Where the students are reading before they come into class instead of sitting there too. Build out your Moodle, okay? That you might not have a Moodle, maybe you've got Ilias or Blackboard or Brightspace, but Google Classroom, Schoology, whatever your LMS, if you're fortunate enough to have a learning management system, build it out. Blend your learning, so maybe a combination of both, of the async and the sync, putting it together. Web enhance your class with links. Quizlet, Padlet, a lot of us know many of these tools that are out there that our learners like to use. I mean, to try to study and catch up Those are nice tools they can do on their own. They almost are gamified ways of learning. And internationalize your curriculum. I think you know where I'm going with that, of course, eTwinning and Erasmus+. And this last one is for us as professionals. We're so busy teaching, we rarely think of ourselves that what we've done and what we've taught is worth for other people. So if you've developed a great graphic organizer for integers, or you have a wonderful vocabulary sheet, right? Publish it in a repository as an open educational resource with the Creative Commons license on it so that others can use that. So I see this in the next 5 or 10 years in Europe, it's just going to take off. Will there be more publishing, sharing, and using of our educational resources for our lessons? eTwinning and Erasmus+ mobility projects are another one besides those wonderful Picto books that we saw with Ukrainian and other target languages in the lands where people are. eTwinning and Erasmus+ mobility projects together are a powerful 1-2 connector for learning. Some of you might be in small and remote villages. I've visited them in Germany, eTwinning schools as they make the rounds, and it is amazing how involved students are. When you talk to the teachers at some of these schools, they say, wow, they didn't have an international perspective, let alone a national perspective. They only kind of knew the village. And now, you know, they've got pen pals in Italy, pen pals in Spain. So this eTwinning and Erasmus+ mobility project, when the student first learners meet an eTwinning, they do a small little project. And now with the money available, they're traveling and getting to meet people. Wow, that suddenly brings that whole UDL of engagement, representation, and action and expression. It brings it all together, and the resources are there, right? If your school doesn't have an expensive LMS, right, chances are that you've got Wi-Fi, hopefully, and that you could connect and use the eTwinning. Okay, right now, it's kind of neat because eTwinning is in its own transformation, right? eTwinning and the Education School Gateway. And there's an exciting webinar. I guess I can promote that a little bit. I think it's been moved to the 14th or the 16th. It was going to be the 9th, but we're all kind of getting excited about that. But it's a great chance for us to then embrace these things. And I'm getting good comments in the chat with, I agree, different strategies, more opportunities, being creative. Sophia says, eTwinning has enabled us to create the conditions for the learners to choose. It's so true. Okay, I'm a fan. I think anybody out there who's done a project is kind of a fan, because you see the engagement just, you know, stride in there with students too. All right, I'm coming to the end, so I want to save some time for chat. So please put some comments in the chat too. Talk to each other. I see Sophia and Maria are talking. It's wonderful. That's what today is all about. We're teachers helping teachers. But this whole thing comes to what? Resiliency isn't easy. Taking on the challenges, it's hard. And really, you guys think he's so optimistic, but teachers are heroes. Right, first line heroes, what we've done for the last 2 weeks, and you keep having to remind yourself when you've got another stack of papers to grade, or you've got another parent-teacher conference, or something's coming in there too. What you're doing, keeping learners learning, is invaluable in these particularly dangerous years where students will fall through the cracks. But look at this, to keep on going, we've been doing this for 2 years. You have to take care of ourselves, right? If something happens to us, you can't help anybody else. So particularly important, teacher wellness. Right? This was a hard one for me. Okay, Sophia says, absolutely, it's so boundaries. You know, during the pandemic, I kind of lost them because what happened, it became like I maybe tricked myself into thinking all of this was fun. So I was spending a lot of hours and, you know, because the pandemic, you couldn't really go anywhere. But now this new phase of helping students catch up, by doing that, we catch up with ourselves, with our families, with our lives, you know, start smelling the roses a little bit more and realize what is out of your control and what's in your control. And so things that what people are thinking about you, the opinions of others, the past, what's happened there, you can't change any of that, or what's going on right now. If you're particularly, you know, in trouble with these other areas too, that's also hard. So that's out of your control. Maybe last thought for the day here. 6-year-olds laugh an average of 300 times a day. Adults only laugh 15 to 100 times a day. And then it says B6 again. I mean, schön wäre es, as we say in Deutschland. Das wäre schön. That would be nice if you could kind of that, but you kind of get the point. You know, this is serious, horrible things, the pandemic, the Ukraine, but have to get in touch with that child and ourselves and then enjoy it, right? Okay, that was a lot. Sorry, everybody, but we do have some time for questions. So Marta, I'm gonna maybe stop sharing and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard, for the great presentation and the rich content and strategies you presented to our teachers today. I saw a lot of positive and nice comments for you in the chat. But please, yes, we have time now for some questions. If you have, please post them in the chat so I can read them out loud. Meanwhile, my colleague Eleonora will post in the chat the feedback form, so remember to save the link. You can also fill it in after the webinar, but please just save the link now. While we are waiting for some possible questions, I think it's worth it maybe to read a comment from Marisa in the chat. Let me just retrieve it. It was okay. Yeah, Marisa was saying before, I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Better if the outcome is made by a group, so activating and assessing collaborative skills as well. I don't know, Richard, maybe if you want to comment a bit the comment that Marisa posted in the chat.
It's wonderful. And Marisa, I want to thank you because we were like you were a co-moderator with me because you have so many great ideas. And I can already see that there's a lot of people from the chat too that we think the same, right? We're just tired of those tests and then standard kind of achievements. And we see the classrooms come alive when students can work on projects, when they're real world projects. And I really truly believe, it might sound naive, trying to catch up. The only way that's going to be done is with these super cool adult related learning skills of collaboration and working together on projects where they can figure out what they want to do, what they want to use, what tools, and working all together rather than doing 3 more exercises from a book that was written 3 years ago. You know, it's not sorry, everybody. If you're a textbook publisher, I didn't mean that to offend at all. But, you know, we all know those books, they're written some years ago and then they're published. And there's just a whole real world of problems and issues out there that spark, you know, our students' minds. So, you know, even students that the product, I love what Marisa said, because I've got students working on an e-twinning project right now. They want to write a song together. They said, that's what, and they're all so inspired. At first they were like, e-twinning, what's this? And blah, blah, blah. It's a textbook. And now I can't get them to stop sending me emails and WhatsApps and can you listen to the song? So I agree with you right now, particularly products, projects, e-twinning, you know, travel with Erasmus Plus, now that the pandemic is slowly moving away, they're great moving on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. And maybe another one that it's really worth it in this context, also for all the teacher. Christina was saying, this webinar made me feel better. I'm a primary school teacher. Unfortunately, most of my daughter's professors do not care about the importance of collaborative skills. So I think in this sense was really important. All the presentation you have just done also to make feel the teachers better and in a really collaborative environment and make them feel understood as well. And they can count on some help from our side, even though it's only maybe through these webinars, but really I think it's already a thing and it's really important for them.
Yeah, well, teachers, I'm a big fan, of course, because I am one. It's the best profession you could have. I'm biased, and I think every once in a while we forget we should give ourselves a clap on the shoulder and just say, great job, and keep it up.
Yeah, thank you. So great job, everyone. Okay, we are moving towards the end. I would like to thank you again, Richard, for being with us today. I think it was really inspiring for all the teachers here. There are a lot of thanks in the chat for you. And thank you, of course, to all the participants who joined us today. Please remember to fill in the feedback form and remember that no certificates are issued for this webinar. So we need to close now. It's 5 p.m. We all need some rest. I wish you all a good evening and thank you very much again for joining us today. Bye-bye, everyone.
boom, it's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera, but this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to, and I think would be a good idea to just communicate to. It's the following: like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day? Or can I train my body every day and get great results? Or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. That I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea.
Yeah.
I love this idea for an episode. 1, we've never done anything like this before. 2, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. 2 ways to do this. 1 is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number 2, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical or the more challenging running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that. But on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that up, to keep up that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, you know, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, like, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time. So nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym. And I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But, you know, your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they designed the birth control pills. You take them every single day.
Yeah,
7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good. They want to perform really well. And that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of, like, I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean like compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
Very demanding
I
days.
wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are like my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And, as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think, we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah, you can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that. So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going like, well, what if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's like, again, and you did this really well, Sally, the other day, is like what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for your body.
Right. Yeah.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's what's going to give you the most results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Yeah, think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can handle,
tolerate.
Right? Yeah, so like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility. Yeah. So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay. So range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. Two very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you'd probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
it's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see what kind of results they get from it. So, a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes. Literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle
you
to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
you pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit.
And that's
from.
why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it, and some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. Let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun, you're relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat. It's
You're
gonna
going
be tough.
You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care what you. And what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes,
100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. Yeah. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where you are. Your rep range, they're higher rep range.
Yeah,
so
15 to 20.
That's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time
It's the
under tension,
squeeze, feeling
controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up. You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components. And you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this, because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day. I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up.
No,
your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement
No,
like that.
you're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong in that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. And it kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, one day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to, is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100 pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily I could do a 100 pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, an hour of activity. I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining. It's snowing. It's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus. But the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, we have, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay, just heat by itself, regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties, not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun, not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. Like, how many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's the why this trend has happened in the last decade or so, of the hot cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy?
We've been removed from it,
right? And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that? We now don't do that anymore.
Yes.
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day-to-day?
Every day they were fighting the elements like that. And so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that, where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunge is. Look how beneficial the hot sauna is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress, is to make our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to, and we're not we're breathing recycled air, we're not getting sunlight, we're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like, I'll never forget as a kid, at the time he was in his 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like, poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying, and my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about stuff like that, the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to, oh, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, oh, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that, I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, oh, well, I'm more this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one thing. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes, Andrew, too?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the notes.
We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You could do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head extend your arms and do it, down for 25, 35 steps and then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've said
everything
yet.
that we're saying
Should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is that when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise, it'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day-a-week.
Share this with your
routine.
friends and family. Obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability-wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you with all of your fitness.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes, before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of the seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. we probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, and particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the Euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Orintuya Batsaikan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the answer, it was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep. Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of for the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adwa Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past month, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to this scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited. And I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions, For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is a sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, our core, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should we already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again. And thank you also for, in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the Euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro, is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years, we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
No, can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the Conference on the Future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a one-day, two-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement, the citizens would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. When it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement, through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to and implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning. So the topic here this morning is outcome engineering. And it's interesting, when I talk to companies about this topic, the conversation usually starts out great. And people are shaking their head up and down, and I get a few amens and some hallelujahs. And then at some point in that conversation, the train goes off the track. The wheels come off the bus. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Outcome engineering. Why are we even in this conversation? Why are you, as technology providers, being asked to deliver business outcomes? And we've been writing about this for several years now, but we're not the only ones. There are other people saying, hey, technology has to connect to a business outcome. I didn't realize Cisco actually now has a certification program for selling business outcomes. So there's a drumbeat there. It's not just us. Why? Well, like most things in business, if you want to understand why, just follow the money or the lack thereof. This is a chart we've been using for years to describe what is happening to our industry. Two major trends: the commoditization of technology, feature functionality. People don't want to pay a premium price just for technical features. And these new consumption models, people not purchasing technology as an asset, right? They want to subscribe, they want you to run it as a managed service. And what's happening, a lot of companies in this room find yourselves in the lower left-hand corner of that diagram. What does that mean? You have product revenues that are flat or declining, margins declining, and you have not yet stood up new compelling offers that bring in revenue and margin. Now, how do I know that? I just look at the data. Our Technology and Service 50 Index, largest providers. What is this graph telling you? This is looking at revenue growth year over year for these companies. And we draw this horizontal line, and we test, and we say how many companies have product revenues growing greater than 10%. As you can see, not too many companies above that line. And then we test for all your service and subscription revenues. Are those growing greater than 10% year over year? Not too many companies over that line. And if the dot is red, that means operating income is getting worse. So there's a lot of pain there. But for the pure technology as a service providers, there's no bed of roses here. So this is Rackspace data. And what you see on the top there are their revenues. And it's great. They're growing, growing, growing. People love the offer, fanatical customer support. It's great. But the bottom graph are their profit dollars. And they're flat. And what that tells you is over time, if revenues keep going up, but profits staying basically the same, the business model is becoming less profitable. So if you think about computing as a service, how profitable will that be in the long term? Amazon has started to break out AWS numbers, growing, growing, growing. Operating profits about 5% for them. They're ecstatic with that number. Why? Because retail is about a 1% business. So when the dust settles, how profitable will it be to do computing as a service? It's not going to be a 15, 20, 25-point business. And most of us in this room, and your boards and your investors, we hate that answer. We don't want that answer. What we want to do is be able to sell value. Talk to customer. We want to talk about value so we can bring revenue and margin back into the business models and change our pricing models. Most of us, we benchmark this, most of us in the industry, when you price your offers, it's cost plus. What do? You look at the cost of your technology offer, you put on top of that a nice, healthy margin, right? And that's the price you want to charge. But once again, with these new consumption models, commoditization, customers don't want to pay these premium prices. So you say, okay, fine, customer, what do you want to pay? You do market-based pricing. What's the market going to bear? And then you say, I still want some margin, but now I've got to get my costs into a certain footprint. And this is hard for many of you. We have one software member about a year ago started a new technology as a service offer. They looked at the market, said, hey, what are people charging for this offer right now? Went with that pricing. A year later, they can't make money. They can't get their costs into that footprint. So we want to move off of this. So what's left? Value-based pricing. We want to be able to draw an outcome line, a value line, figure out how much it's going to cost us to deliver that, and then now we have flexibility in what we price. So this is, in a sense, the Holy Grail. And it's funny, 5 years ago, I used this graph here in a keynote that I delivered. And this is a little framework that JB and I scribbled in a bar late at night at a conference. It's amazing how much of our best work gets done in that scenario. But even 5 years ago, we saw this. So most of our members selling technology as an asset, you're in an SLA relationship with your customers, keeping the technology up and running. And we could already see if people start renting technology, SLA doesn't matter, right? That's your problem to keep the technology up and running. So now it's going to be about utilization level agreements. But even 5 years ago, we said that cannot be the end game if we want to keep margin in the business model. We're going to need value level agreements with customers. And we carried that construct forward in our B for B model. So level 1, level 2 business models, very SLA oriented. These new level 3 business models, managed services, very ULA oriented. But if you're going to be a level 4 provider, if you're going to hang your hat on business outcomes, that would be a value level agreement. And you think about it, we talked a lot this week about the layer model. You want customers to adopt and expand, but what you're really doing is helping customers through this PMO journey, right? Because customers want to work with you, plan, implement your solution, monitor, are we really getting the results? If I'm not, help me here, help me optimize so I truly get my outcome. And these are mirror images, right? And this is the win-win. You get the expand and renew, they really get their outcome. This is beautiful. And this is the part where everybody's shaking their head up and down, right? I want to go do that. I want revenue and margin back into my business model. I'm there. And then I ask this question. Okay, great. We're at the 30,000 foot view here about outcome engineering. Tell me specifically, what are you doing to move outcome engineering forward in your companies? And that's when we have track, train. So this is what I want to take down today. I want to double click into this conversation of how you can move outcome engineering forward in your companies. And the first thing I want to do is put a crisp definition on the table. How do we define outcome engineering? This is the ability to consistently help customers achieve targeted business outcomes. And I would add at scale. Now to do that, it really requires that you understand everything involved for the customer to truly get their outcome. And we are seeing that this is paralyzing, right, our members. This is terrifying because it's no longer about just engineering your technology. Now you've got to worry about the processes, other technologies. Does the customer have the right skills? This is a lot to manage. So what I want to do is decompose this. Decompose it into 4 buckets. Number 1, the right framework you can use for outcome engineering. Number 2, are you working on the right outcomes with your customers? Number 3, are you working with the right customers? And finally, do you have the right tools? So let's start with framework. And the great news here is if you're just starting this journey, you do not have to start with a blank piece of paper. There are companies in the industry, like you heard Infor yesterday, like SAP, like PTC, that have been chipping on this problem for a little while now. And let me just show you, some of their views on this topic. So these are a few slides that SAP uses to talk about value engineering. They have this 2x2, and it starts by saying, hey, we have to have alignment and agreement with our customer. What are the target outcomes? We also have to clearly define what are the financial outcomes specifically. How are we going to measure this that you're trying to achieve? We have to understand what are the technology and the practices. What's the innovation that we're going to implement here that allows you to get outcomes you previously were not getting? And last but not least, outcome engineering, value engineering is not an event. It's a process. There has to be ongoing risk and compliance and monitoring. This is another chart from SAP I love. Well, why don't customers get outcomes? It was funny yesterday, Riaz was saying we can all play with spreadsheets and create theoretical ROIs, but then customers don't get those ROIs out of the technology. Why? Well, first of all, you might be focused with the customer on the wrong outcomes. Secondly, you might not have implemented the right technology. And finally, the customer might not have wrapped the right practices and skills around the technology. So all of those things just bleed value. In one final slide from SAP about the life cycle and how they work with customers, and what is important here is the concept of benchmarking. If we're going to start on an outcome journey with a customer, you have to benchmark where they're starting from. So just 3 slides on how SAP talks about this. PTC has their own 2x2, and we can see the pattern recognition. Once again, what are the target outcomes? Okay, what technology are we going to use here? And oh, by the way, off the shelf is better. If it's proven, we've implemented it before, that's great, as opposed to everything being custom. Also, we have to understand the practices. It's not just about the technology. And we have to understand the players, the skills, the people involved. So it cannot be just about technology. It's got to be all of that. PTC has this that they call side A, side B map. You know, the business objectives mapped to the technology. What do you see here? Once again, benchmark. What's the current state? We have to understand that. And yesterday you saw the Infor example. And once again, incredible pattern recognition here. What are the target outcomes? What are the performance metrics? What are the practices involved? Lots of pattern recognition. So we've been looking at this for a while, and we have a construct that we call an outcome chain, which brings, you know, all these thoughts together in a framework. And our outcome chain basically starts with two bookends. At the top, what is the target business outcome the customer is trying to achieve? And at the bottom of the chain is, okay, what organizational capabilities are going to be required for this customer to get that outcome? And for those of you who haven't seen this construct, when we talk about organizational capabilities, we're just saying, hey, it's a way to talk about all the processes and technology and the metrics and the people you're going to need to get that outcome or address that challenge. As JB mentioned yesterday, we have an inventory for service businesses of over 340 specific organizational capabilities. Most of those, 150 to 200 of them, are emerging. This speaks to, once again, the transition we're going through in our business models. But let me give you an example of organizational capabilities just to land the model here. So it's a way to ask yourself, can I do this or not? Can I run a half marathon, yes or no? And so here's examples of organizational capabilities you're probably going to need if you're going to get into outcome engineering. Have you ever done outcome-based pricing models? Yes or no? Eventually, you're going to have to figure that out. Do you have consumption dashboards in place so you can monitor what customers are actually doing and how they're using their technology? Yes or no? Do you have a closed loop between service activity and product development? Our customer is struggling using this feature or using this capability. I've got to get a prioritized change into R&D. Do you have that process, that capability? And finally, have you ever developed adoption playbooks to help customers better adopt your technology? These are just 4 examples of the types of capabilities you're going to need to drive outcome engineering. Does this make sense, the model? Good? So, those are the bookends, but let's fill in the stepping stones in between. Customer has a target business outcome. You need to clearly define, okay, what's the financial impact? How big? How are we going to measure that? We have to agree to that. Next, what are the KPIs that predict we're going to get that financial impact? And the example of that, this comes from the field service discipline. Val builds these driver trees, but we do this in all the disciplines. So a common question in field services is, how do I improve gross margin in field services? Well, Val looks at what are the operating KPIs that are going to predict that. He works backwards. So you can go all the way back to mean time repair. Is mean time repair going in the right direction? Is it on target for the industry? If it's not, it's going to drag down cost per incident. It's going to impact field margin. So this is how we connect KPIs to financial impact. It should be data-driven. The next question is, okay, so I need to move those KPIs and improve them. What are the business practices that actually improve those KPIs? And this also, ideally, should be a data-driven conversation. This is something we do with the benchmark data all the time. This comes again from field services. If the question is the KPI is attrition rate, one of the practices is span of control for field service managers. And you're looking for the break point there, right? At what point do you have too many people reporting to one manager and attrition starts to get high? An example of linking a KPI to a practice. Another example, this is from managed services. If what you're trying to do is drive bookings or revenue, the practice of having a dedicated salesperson who understands managed services in place there's high correlation there, right? It drives, you get that KPI to move. But the point is, this should be a data-driven linkage wherever possible. So now you're understanding what practices really improve those KPIs. The next step, and this should really be in your sweet spot, what technology really improves those practices, right? Why did we create our technology in the first place, right? And finally, what roles are going to be required to run these practices and run this technology to improve the KPIs, to get the financial outcome? So that's the framework, right? It builds the stepping stones of how to, my customer wants to achieve this, here's all the things I need to understand. Everybody good with that? Make sense? Now, the next question. Am I working on the right outcomes? I have this framework, but am I working on the right outcomes? And what we're seeing in the industry is that technology companies have a tendency to want to start at the top here. And I think we've all probably sat in the meeting with our salesperson, with the customer, and it goes something like this. Hey, customer, I want to be your trusted advisor. What keeps you up at night? Help me help you, right? We've all been there, right? That's the natural place that you want to start. But our observation is this is risky. This is risky. Why? Well, you may not have the deep vertical expertise to kind of go wherever that conversation goes. Your customer may start talking about outcomes that you're like, I have nothing to do with that, right? Or maybe you think, I kind of think I can help, but I'm not sure. So if you go in there, blank piece of paper, and you start talking about business outcomes, you don't know what your customer is going to ask you to build. You might walk out of that meeting going, oh man, what are we going to do with this? So what's the tactic? Our recommendation is start with your strength. Start asking yourself, what technology features are key? What capabilities do we have technically that we think really is a game changer for helping people save time, save money, etc.? Let's start there. And ideally, you're focusing on features where you do have differentiation. Then connect your technology to the operating KPIs. When people use our technology effectively, these KPIs get better. And then ask yourself, what practices do my customer have to have in place to really move those KPIs? And so start in the middle, if you will. Start with a truncated outcome chain. Starting with your strength, going from there to the KPIs, and going then to the practices. And start to test those. From there, you can build out. And by the way, this motion of attaching technology to practices is something that we've been doing for quite a while in ITIL. What is ITIL? It's an inventory of practices that we tell customers, you need to have this in place if you want this technology to stay up and running, right? So I think we understand how to link technology to specific practices. So once you've done that, you can start to build out. So you do these first 3 steps, then you might start asking, well, what roles should my customer have in place, right, to run these practices? Maybe I can start summarizing that in terms of capabilities for my customer. Hey, when I see customers improve these KPIs, I can start measuring the financial impact that they're getting. So you build the chain from the center out. Now, I think you're in a position to go into the customer and say, I want to talk about outcomes. And I want to talk about outcomes that I have some confidence that I can actually achieve with you. So that's the approach we would recommend to make sure you're working on the right outcomes with customers. But what about the right customers? And this also is something that is paralyzing many companies in this conversation. Why? Because you're afraid the customer doesn't do what they need to do. I've been in this conversation 100 times with members, and they say, yeah, you guys keep talking about outcomes, but you realize it's not just about my technology. There's all this other stuff people have to do, and if they don't do it, then we're never going to get the outcome, and that's not my fault. So how do we solve this? When I talk to people, our intuition is to solve this in a contract, right? I want to write a contract that makes sure that my customer does everything they need to do and I minimize my risk. That's how we're going to solve this problem. So I've been looking at this, and if you look in the industry, there are two types of contracts in our industry we're very familiar with when it comes to implementing running technology. The first type of contract, most OEMs, you have contracts with your customers around SLAs, right? Uptime, throughput, all that type of stuff about how the technology is performing. And the other type of contract we have out there is a type of contract that large system integrators do when they're doing these large, complex implementation integration projects. And when you look at those contracts, there's lots of detail. Lots of things explaining what the customer has to do, the environment, the types of people that have to be available, on and on and on, right? You've seen those contracts. But when you look at the spirit of those contracts, right, the SLA contracts are really about saying, hey, if that technology falls down, it wasn't my fault, right? I did what I was supposed to do. And the SI contracts are really about, hey, man, if this project goes off the tracks here, not my fault. And they say what, 50% of all IT projects fail, right? Isn't that the stat? But it is not very often that you see the name of somebody like Accenture in the paper getting sued. Why? Because they are very good at basically having all this documentation to say, look, it's in the contract, you didn't do this, I did my part, this is your fault. But is that really, either one of those, is that really going to solve what we're trying to partner with a customer over time to make sure they get outcomes. So I don't think either one of these contracts solve that problem. And I've been talking to people like Riaz and others who have been doing value engineering for a while, and I have come to this conclusion. And that is that we are not going to solve this problem through contracts. So this is another law's law. If you think you're going to work with legal, we're going to come up with a 100-page contract that makes sure our customer behaves, I think that is a fool's errand. So what do we do? How are we going to solve this problem? This is an article from Forbes. I debated leaving that image in. 6 reasons to fire a client from this Forbes article. Number 1, they make unreasonable demands. Number 2, they want everything for nothing. Number 3, they're slow to pay. Number 4, they don't listen to you. Number 5, they don't respond. You're asking them to do something, they don't respond. And number 6, in general, they show lack of respect for you. And so the Forbes article argues, if this is your customer, your client, you probably need to walk away from that relationship. It's not going to be profitable for you. And this brings to the table a tactic of really customer profile. Instead of trying to write a 100-page contract, to make sure you get outcomes with the customer, I think the right tactic is making sure you're working with the right customer. And so I'm going to give you 4 attributes that I would submit should be in place before you ever try to work on outcomes with a specific customer. First attribute, they need to view you as a strategic supplier. If you think you're going to be in an business outcome conversation and you're selling to mid-level IT and procurement, I don't think so. Wrong customer. Number 2, they need historically to have shown that they will listen to what you have to say. Hey, your technology keeps falling down because you're not doing this. Oh, okay, great. They've demonstrated that. 3, they have reasonable project management and governance in place. If that's not there, no way you're going to get business outcomes. And last but not least, you have to be able to work with them and have the ability to benchmark their current performance. If you're talking to a customer and you say, well, I need to understand certain KPIs and how you're doing, and they say, no, I can't show you that data. No way. You're not going to get an outcome conversation. Or if you ask to benchmark and they say, oh man, I wish I could give you that data, but I have no idea. You're not going to get outcomes with that customer. So this is a starting point, and you can add to this. But I would submit, if these 4 things are not true with a customer, wrong customer. So that's the tactic to make sure you're working with the right customer. Now, what about the right tools? JB already did a demo on this on Monday, but the concept here is really how do you use software to scale your ability to do outcomes with customers? And just playing back our experience at TSIA, so we have this list, this inventory of all these service business challenges, hundreds of them. People, contact us, hey, I've got this problem. Here's a classic one from PS that we were talking about. And so historically, if we wanted to help a member with that, there's lots of different things we could do. We could send you the research, we can benchmark you, we can do an inquiry call, et cetera, et cetera. But using software, right, absolutely creates a new way to scale that ability because we can put everything in one place. We can walk through and say, hey, you want to get that? Here's the critical operating KPIs. Here are the top practices we've identified to help address that challenge. Here's the roles you have to have in place. Here's the technology stack that needs to be there. If you don't have some of these technology tools, you're not going to get that outcome, right? And here's these organizational capabilities. And hang it all together and then put our content in context. Oh, you want to understand revenue per head? Here's that data. You want to understand project margins? This is what good looks like. We can go down to KPIs like discounts. We can jump down to the roles and say, well, this is what we mean when we talk about a delivery manager. You may call it something different. But it's all right there in one place. Now, why is this so important, from day one when you're thinking about outcome engineering to think about the tools you're going to use? Because, and these are, just a comment, we have some experience with this, and I'll tell you some lessons learned here in a minute, of building these different chains and starting to use them in inquiry and use them in outcome sprints. But why? Why is software so important? Because the concept here is software eats services. As much as I love hiring smart, really personable, well-dressed researchers, that's great. But if we're really going to scale this capability across all these members, we can't do it with labor. If we want to help you get your outcomes, we've got to start applying software. So that's the concept of right tools. So let me comment on some of the industry lessons learned. There's two companies you're hearing from this week, Infor yesterday, SAP today, and I just want to play to you some of the lessons that I've seen them learn as they've been on this journey with sort of the TSIA lens on it. And we're going to start with SAP. So SAP has been doing value engineering for many years in a consultative motion. And more recently, they've started to do outcome activities, outcome engineering, if you will, targeted outcomes through Premier Support, right? So two different motions. So one of the things that SAP has done is they've brought the professional service and the support service organizations closer together. And the concept here, this is not SAP's organizational chart. This is an organizational chart that I had in a paper a couple years ago about outcome-based service organizations. The tactic here is really around portfolio rationalization. What we're seeing in the industry is this blurring of professional service offers to premium support offers to managed service offers, and they're starting to look the same, and you have different groups doing the same thing. Our strong recommendation here is to bring the ownership of how you're defining the portfolio together in one group so that you're rationalizing that and you're not confusing your customers. And I think SAP has seen the wisdom that it helps you when you start this journey. Second lesson, am I working with the right customer? So they have this concept of customer readiness. This is their version of having the customer profile. They're testing for lots of things. Does the customer have the right updated technology in place, right? Have they proven they've got the governance, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not going to try to start talking about outcomes with customers unless I'm sure they're ready. Great lesson. Third lesson, they quickly learned, once again, if you're going to talk about outcomes, you got to zero in on operating KPIs. And so they've built this database, right, of KPIs that has real performance data. And they're able to benchmark the customer against that. Hey, we're going to work on this outcome. That's great. We got to look at these KPIs because you're never going to get there unless these KPIs improve. This lesson I love. So Jens is telling me that historically, if you were an SAP customer and you had a lot of their software installed, you used to get notification of updates for your software. And I don't know if it was monthly, quarterly, or whatever, but it was like receiving a telephone book, right? Here's all the updates available to you as a customer. And what are you going to do with that? It's overwhelming. You don't know where to start. But now, if they're in an outcome discussion with the customer, targeted outcomes, right? They can prioritize with the customer and say, look, so you're working on this outcome, we're working together on this outcome, here are the top updates you need to put in. It's the opposite of the complexity avalanche. Another lesson, aligning capabilities with outcomes. So I think a lot of you are in conversations, you're doing a renewal, let's say on your support or premium support contracts, and what's the customer saying? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Why am I paying for that? So what SAP has learned is, hey, if we are in an outcome conversation with the customer and we're putting support features on the table, we can connect that. We say, customer, you don't want to take that feature away in this support contract. Why? Because it enables this outcome. So connecting outcomes to your capabilities, incredibly powerful. And the final lesson here from SAP, which I love, is enabling the CIO. So as we've talked about at the conference here, a lot of IT decisions and spending is starting to move away from IT and into these business units. But for a lot of us, let's face it, the CIO is still our most strategic buyer for us. That's where our key relationship is. And so if you can start an outcome relationship or discussion with the CIO can take that to the C-suite and be a more strategic player in that discussion. Say, hey, I'm working with SAP over here. We've identified some business outcomes we think we can go after. Let's invest here. But it's a different conversation instead of the CIO, focused on cost. So I think 6 great lessons from SAP as they've been on this journey. Now let's look at Infor, who you heard from yesterday. And some of this, I just want to highlight some of the things that were put on the table. So they started value engineering, incubated that as a separate capability, separate from services, separate from the product group. And they started it as an investment, right, for their largest customers where they felt that they could get a big bang for the buck. And then as they got a little bit better at it, they started to charge. They had a consulting capability. But as Riaz said yesterday, both of those capabilities very hard to scale. But the 6 lessons along their journey. Number 1, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to be vertical. You cannot be a blunt instrument when you're talking about outcomes. So if you're talking about sales per hour, that's different for an auto dealer or a retail shop. You have to understand that, or you can't be in the conversation. Number 2, working with the right customer. So what's their tactic there? Riaz is telling me, he says, look, if we want to get into, especially if we're investing resources to get outcomes, if we're only talking to IT before we really invest in a big way, we need to see the business owner. Who's going to get fired if the revenues don't increase, if the costs don't? I mean, who owns that from a GM perspective? They've got to be at the table or we don't invest. That's their tactic. Connecting the KPIs. So they did a lot of work connecting KPIs to financial impact. And the most interesting part of that story that Riaz told me is he said, look, we go into these customers and they say, well, we want to get these financial improvements. Okay, great. So we're working on these KPIs. And Infor would say, oh, that's interesting because you should be working on these KPIs. This is where the correlation is. How powerful is that conversation? So they had to actually break the mist that existed within some companies. Be focused. Once again, this is the opposite of the, help me help you, I'm your trusted partner, what do you want to achieve, blank piece of paper. Infor is not going in with a blank piece of paper. They're going in, they're listening to the customer, what they're trying to achieve, but they already know where they can connect their technology and where they can move the needle. If they can't, that's not the right opportunity. Software eats services. Riaz talked about this yesterday, building value engineering apps so people can self-serve, so partners can self-serve. That's got to be a key component of the strategy if you're going to scale outcome engineering. And finally, let's talk about pricing. I said I'd say something about outcome-based pricing, and I love this lesson. So what happens, Rios was telling me that we go in this outcome relationship and we tell the customer, here's the project cost, but the technology and the services, but we believe here is the outcome. We're pretty confident that we can achieve this financial outcome. And what's the customer say? Hey, that's great. I don't know if you really get me there, but I don't want to pay that price. That price is too high for your services and your technology. So Infor says, okay, hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're going to have a startup fee here, much lower, just to get us going. I want to make sure you're committed, some skin in the game. And then when we get the outcome, I'll take a percentage of that. 30, 40, maybe you split it 50-50, whatever. And that's fine with me. Now the customer looks at that and they go, well, wait a minute, right? That first box and that last box. If they really help me get this outcome, I'm going to be paying a lot more for this project. So what does the customer do? They go back to the original pricing and they don't push on discounting. I've heard that story again and again and again. So I know a lot of us are twisted around outcome-based pricing and how we're actually going to do this and how do you measure it and do we really get paid. But I'm telling you, just having the ability to put the conversation on the table, draw the value line, fundamentally changes the pricing conversation. And we have been learning lessons as we have been working to build outcome chains. And I just wanted, this is more rubber meets the road as you start to work on the actual outcomes and the actual outcome chains. There's no doubt when you go down this path, your subject matter experts become the bottleneck. In our case, it's our researchers. In your case, it's the people in your company that know, oh yeah, I know how our technology connects to certain KPIs. I know what practices are required. You look at any company and you really try to get those experts, it's usually a small group. So it's all about how you make it easy for them to get what's in their head and get it into documented outcome chains. So how do you do that? We developed a 3-step process. And the first step is to simply ask the subject matter expert to just write the boxes on the chain the first time. Let's work on it, just put the boxes there. What's the key technology? What are the key practices? What KPIs do you think we're moving? And sometimes you can do this really almost in an interview process. Just have somebody talk to them and help tease it out. That's step one. Then once you have the scaffolding of the chain, then you ask the subject matter expert, hey, where's the best content that helps describe these KPIs or that technology, and you have them attach the relevant content. And then you take that chain and you give it to somebody else. You give it to a group of people that are focused on productizing the chain, right? All the grunt work that's going to be required to make sure you got the right connections and you could really use it with a customer. And what we also find very quickly is anybody who works in knowledge management would tells us the no-brainer, but content creation becomes key. Because when you start building these chains, man, assets start getting attached, there's all kind of information stuff. But the key lesson here is how do I scale the time of the subject matter experts? Because if you think you're just going to have people build outcome chains in their spare time, all on their own with no support, we found that is a pretty difficult path. You got to think about how you're going to maximize, leverage your SMEs. Another observation here, we get this question a lot. Where should outcome engineering live? Who's supposed to be working on this? Is this a PS thing? Is this, it's SAP, they've got premium support people doing it? I mean, is it just a sales thing? JB talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we have this concept, or yesterday, the day before, time flies in Vegas, on the outcome engineering COE. And what we would recommend if you're just starting this journey, instead of having some salespeople start to do it for free on their own and just I would think in terms of the long term. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Establish an outcome engineering COE. I don't care if it lives in sales or services, I really don't. But here's the charter. They are responsible for, if we're going to talk to customers and sell outcomes, we do it with resources from the COE. When we get ready to deliver outcomes, right, whether we're investing for free or we're billing for this, comes from the COE. But last and most importantly, this COE is chartered on how you're going to scale outcome engineering. From day one, they are thinking about software and how they're going to really be able to do outcomes, smaller customers, through partners, et cetera. That's their charter. And so if you think about this journey, right, what are we talking about? We're talking about how do I really become a level 4 supplier? I can hang my hat on outcome discussions with my customers, right? That's the end game that we talked about in B4B. And really now we can double click into that, and I think that it's a journey. There's a maturity model here. And so let's walk through that. So if you're just starting this journey, you're probably going to be doing outcome engineering activities for free with customers, strategic customers. And what's important there? Do you have a framework for talking about outcomes? And most importantly, are you working with the right customers, right? Your best customers, the ones that really want to partner with you. And so this is what 4.1 looks like as a level 4 supplier. 4.2, you're probably now starting to charge with customers, monetizing the activity, and you're getting an inventory of outcomes. In our world, an inventory of outcome chains that you have a lot of confidence in. I would argue that Infor demonstrated yesterday they hit 4.2, right? They had clear outcomes and inventory that they knew they could go after. The next step in the journey of 4.3 supplier, you're building the right tools. And I would submit that this is where Infor demonstrated that they're, now, 4.3. They're starting to build tools, getting them out there, people can self-serve, partners can be enabled. And 4.4, sort of the end of the game, is you're doing this at scale. Now we're starting to put some meat on the bone here in terms of how you can test where you are in that journey, right? So I know some of you are negative 4.1 right now, that's okay. But when you start the journey, hey, can I get from 4.1 to 4.2? What practices have to be in place? What are key KPIs I could be measuring? What technology has to be there? And I know this is an eye chart, but don't worry, because I put this content in a paper. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to read the paper yourself, but I would encourage you, if you're serious about outcome engineering in this journey, take this paper, and I want you to go over, and I want you to walk it over to your engineering team and say, look, how can we work better to deliver outcomes? So take this paper to engineering. Then take the paper and go over to sales and say, how are we as a company going to collaborate between sales and services to sell outcomes? And then take it into your executive staff and say, how are we going to get on this journey? Because I've had this conversation this week. There is going to be a bifurcation here in terms of the business models in this room. If you think about the slides that I was showing you earlier, if you can't get to that level 3, level 4 kind of conversation, you are going to have a highly commoditized offer, period. So the choice, the discussion should be, do we want to get on this journey and keep revenue and, more importantly, margin in our business models or not? That is the fork in the road that every company in this room faces. So I think that there should be a feeling of a sense of urgency. And so I encourage you to march that paper throughout the organization. So what did I put on the table here today? Right? The right framework. Framework, you can take ours, you can build off it, you can create your own, but I think there's a good construct there you can use to start discussing outcomes within your companies. And then this tactic of making sure you're working on the right outcomes. Please don't go into the customer with a blank piece of paper. Too risky. Working with the right customers. How do you assess customer readiness and the customer profile? This is not about contracts. It's about making sure it's the right customer. And then from day one, when you start this journey, be thinking about scale. Be thinking about software. And then last but not least, a maturity model to understand where you are in the journey, and you can test on that. So I think we've double-clicked into what it means to be a level 4 provider and what it means to do outcome engineering. And my objective today in this keynote, instead of everybody sort of flying at that 30,000-foot view and saying, oh, great ideas, I'd love to do that, I need you to jump out of the plane. I need you to jump out of the plane, but I think today I have provided a parachute that will allow you to land on your feet, okay, and hit the ground running.